Okay, good morning, everyone. Call the meeting to order. Adoption of the agenda. Mr. Vossler is moving the agenda. Any additions or deletions?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We'd like to add bridge file 6755 to the closed session.
17.2.
Correct.
Mr. Vossler is moving with the addition. Not seeing any others. Vote. That's carried. Adoption of the minutes. Mr. Ritz. Everybody read them? Anything missed in there? Not seeing anything? Vote. That's carried. I will need a motion to go into Subdivision and Development Authority. Mr. Hawk. Vote. That's carried. Okay, we will move on to 5.2.1, 26 CY 13.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, councillors. Good morning. I'll have Ms. Collins pull out the map. Subdivision application 26 CY 13 is to subdivide a 6.45 hectare parcel from an unsubdivided quarter section to create a separate title. The owner is Harvest Moon Farm. The applicant is GeoVera, and the legal description is a portion of southeast 218.2 west of the 4. This application is to subdivide a 6.45 hectare parcel from an unsubdivided quarter section. The remainder of the agricultural parcel is cultivated cropland. The applicant has indicated that the purpose of the subdivision is to separate the existing residence and yard from the balance of the agricultural lands, creating a separate title for the residential parcel. The property is located on Range Road 21, north of Township Road 180, approximately 9.5 kilometers west of the hamlet of Hilda. The proposed parcel contains a residence, established yard site with accessory buildings, and gains access direct from Range Road 21 with an existing approach. The remnant agricultural parcel currently gains access from both Range Road 21 and Township Road 180. A review of the Natural Resources Conservation Board website confirms that there is an established confined feeding operation approximately 847 meters from the boundary of the proposed subdivision. The applicant has indicated that there are no active oil or gas wells in proximity to the proposed subdivision. Utility right-of-way easements may be required between the proposed parcel and the remainder of the title. The application was circulated to the listed agencies, and the following comments were received at the time of this report. Cypress County Corporate Services noted that the 2026 municipal taxes have not been paid and that there is no local improvements associated with the property. Cypress County Operations Department noted that both the proposed subdivision and remnant parcel have access and have no other comments or concerns. All other agencies and departments did not comment at the time of writing this report. The administration recommendation is that the Subdivision and Development Authority approves subdivision application 26 CY 13, subject to the following conditions. It is the developer's responsibility to ensure all municipal taxes are paid at the time of endorsement. The developer is required to supply copies of any utility right-of-way plans, easements, and/or agreements which are to be registered as a requirement for any affected titles to Cypress County prior to the subdivision's registration with Alberta Land Titles. The alternative recommendation is that the Subdivision Development Authority deny subdivision applications 26 CY 13 as determined by the Subdivision and Development Authority. And that is my report.
Thank you. Does council have any questions for staff? see any. Does somebody want to make a motion? Ms. McKenzie?
I will move to approve as long as they pay their taxes.
Okay, we have a motion of approval on the floor. Any questions or comments? I'll ask for the vote. Okay, that's carried. Your subdivision has been approved subject to meeting the conditions which were previously discussed. The county will now mail you a copy of your subdivision approval. You are advised to begin working towards completing the necessary conditions with getting arrangements to have the approved subdivision area surveyed if you have not already done so. You have 1 year from the subdivision approval date to have met all the approval conditions and to have the surveyor plan submitted to Alberta Land Titles by the surveyor for the registration of the separate title. If you have any further questions, you may contact a planner to discuss them after today's meeting. Okay, 5.2.2, 26 CY 14.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Subdivision application 26CY14 is to subdivide a 2.3 hectare parcel from an unsubdivided quarter section to create a separate title. The owner is Harvest Moon Farms, applicant is GeoVera, and the legal description is northeast 218-2 west of the 4. So this is located directly north of the previous subdivision. This application is intended to subdivide a 2.3 hectare parcel from an unsubdivided quarter section. The remainder of the parcel is cultivated cropland. The applicant has indicated that the purpose of this subdivision is to separate the proposed parcel from the balance of the agricultural lands, creating a separate title. Property is located on Range Road 21, north of Township Road 180, approximately 9.5 kilometers west of the hamlet of Hilda. The proposed parcel is vacant with the exception of an existing dugout, and legal access can be established to Range Road 21. The remnant agricultural parcel currently gains access from Range Road 21. A review of the NRCB website confirms an established confined feeding operation approximately 918 meters from the boundary of the proposed subdivision. The applicant has indicated that there are no active oil or gas wells in proximity to the proposed subdivision. So it was circulated to the listed departments, and the following comments were received. Corporate Services noted that the 2026 municipal taxes have not been paid and that there are no local improvements associated with this property. Operations noted that the proposed subdivision and remnant parcel have access and with no other comments or concerns. Canadian Natural Resources Limited had no objections to the application, but noted that there is a gas well north of the proposed subdivision that is now nearly fully reclaimed. There cannot be any permanent structures within 5 meters of that well location. It is the administration recommendation that the Subdivision Development Authority approve subdivision application 26 CY14, subject to the following conditions. It's the developer's responsibility to ensure that all municipal taxes are paid at the time of endorsement. The developer is required to supply copies of any utility right-of-way plans, easements, and/or agreements which are to be registered as a requirement for any affected title or any affected utilities to Cypress County prior to the subdivision's registration with Alberta Land Titles. The alternative recommendation is the Subdivision Development Authority deny subdivision application 26 CY14 as determined by the Subdivision Development Authority. That is my report.
Thank you. We want to make a motion, discuss? Mr. Brost?
I'll make a motion to approve with the conditions.
Okay, anybody? There's no problems with that feeding company being right beside it, or the feedlot, or the NRBC? I'm not familiar with that.
I think 912 meters is within the setback distance, and it's due east, so it won't really be a problem with wind, so I don't see anything.
Any other questions? Not seeing any. Call for the vote. Okay, that's carried. Oh, here we go again. Your subdivision has been approved subject to meeting the conditions which were previously discussed. The county will mail you out a copy of your subdivision approval. You are advised to begin working towards completing the necessary conditions and getting the arrangements to have the approved subdivision area surveyed if you have not already done so. You have 1 year from the subdivision approval date to have met all the approval conditions and to have the survey plan submitted to Alberta Land Titles by your surveyor for the registration of the separate title. If you have any further questions, you may contact the planner and discuss them after today's meeting. Okay, that's it for Subdivision Development Authority. Can I get a motion to come out? Mr. Ritz, making a motion. Vote. Okay, that's carried. We're out of a 2-minute break. Yeah. Do we need a break to? No, we're good. Okay. We will move on to 10.2, bylaw 2026-23. First reading. 10.2. 10.1 is we got to hear the public hearing after lunch.
Good morning. Benchmark Geomatics, on behalf of 1499888 Alberta Limited, has submitted an application for a land use bylaw amendment to rezone 5.5 acres from Agricultural District 2 to a Public Service District. This rezoning is being done in preparation of a subdivision application. The property is adjacent to Range Road 55, approximately 1.2 acres south of Township Road 120, within a portion of Southeast 11-5 west of the 4th. Should Council pass first reading of bylaw 2026-23, it is administration's intent to schedule a public hearing at a future Council meeting. It is administration's recommendation that Council give first reading to bylaw 2026-23, an amendment to rezone a portion of Southeast 31-11-5 west of the 4th from Agricultural District 2 to Public Services District 1. Thank you.
Thank you. Somebody want to move first? Ms. McKenzie? Any questions? Vote. That's carried. Okay, we're on to 10.3, Can Export Grant.
Through the chair. Good morning, everybody. Council is presented with a proposed council participation in 3 upcoming international trade missions for consideration and approval. These trade missions are a result of Council's approval of the Economic Development Strategy and supports the implementation of its direction and priorities. The county has successfully secured funding to offset eligible costs up to 60% to a maximum of $32,250 for 2 Cypress County officials to attend 3 trade missions via the Can Export Community Investments Grant. The first one is Food Ingredients Japan in Tokyo, Japan. The dates are approximately traveling October 10th through 17th. So, building off the county's attendance in 2025, this mission focuses on the highly specialized Japanese agri-trade and logistics sectors. The county aims to nurture relationships with firms such as Mirasan AI Japan, who have already demonstrated readiness to invest in rural Canadian regions for soy powder and plant-based processing. This event is essential for securing partnerships with Japanese logistics leaders like Kinitsu World Express to enhance the county's cold storage and exports infrastructure. I would like to note the travel dates are over Thanksgiving weekend, so please keep that in mind. PAC Expo International, Chicago, Illinois. Approximate travel dates are October 18th through 22nd. As a leader in comprehensive packaging and processing through technology, this event provides new ideas, equipment, automation, digitalization, and technology. This expo provides a broad industry perspective, industry leaders, and education on the complete packaging world. And finally, Food Ingredients Europe in Frankfurt, Germany. Approximate travel dates are November 16th through 21st. As the leading global event for the food and beverage industry, FI Europe attracts thousands of ingredient suppliers and processors. For Cypress County, this mission is a key opportunity to target major European firms such as Roquette Foray in France, Adrini from Italy, and these companies are leaders in value-added processing and alternative grains, aligning with the county's goal of turning primary agricultural products such as pulses and grains into high-value ingredients for global markets. So, to execute the economic development strategy, the county has prioritized participation in investment attraction and economic diversification as priorities. These international events could provide opportunities to build qualified pipelines of leads, develop relationships, and directly engage with potential investors. Furthermore, Cypress County's FDI strategy focuses on the attraction, retention, and expansion of international business operations to create high-value jobs. Attraction of international businesses, establishing operation matches Cypress County's targeted outreach to key markets like Germany, Japan, and the United States. The county's strategy includes a list of pre-identified investor targets that align with our priority sectors. For example, German firms like USG Corporation and MC, I'm not going to say, are identified for building materials, while Japanese firms like Transmit Steel and Kinitsu World Express are targets for advanced manufacturing and logistics. The primary disadvantage for the financial and time commitment associated with travel. Additionally, there is no guarantee that individual meetings or trade missions will result in immediate investment. Foreign direct investment attraction typically requires fostering long-term relationships before an initial decision is made. So the costs and sources of funding, the estimated travel costs at the time of preparation of this request for decision were, for Food Ingredients Japan in Tokyo, it was roughly $11,203.62. PAC Expo International in Chicago was $4,978.45. And Food Ingredients Europe in Frankfurt was $5,104.32. Cypress County has received funding through the CanExport Community Investments Program to offset eligible costs associated with these investment attraction activities. Costs identified above are estimates based on pricing available at the time of preparation and are very subject to change. The Cypress County Economic Development Strategy Plan, Priority 1, supports the county's overall strategic plan by sector diversification and investment attraction. This initiative supports the council's long-term vision and priorities to further build a resilient tax base outside the dependency on agriculture in the oil field. The trade missions will allow the county to promote the business-friendly environment and investigate diversification avenues in Asia, Europe, and the United States. The initiative will strengthen the county's ability to attract investment, businesses, residents, and economic opportunities. So there is a three-part motion. Number one, that the county select a counselor to attend Food Ingredients Japan and direct administration to proceed with the necessary travel arrangements in accordance to policy COU1 and COU2. Number two, that council selects a counselor to attend the PAC Expo International Chicago and a direct administration to proceed with the necessary travel arrangements in accordance with policy COU1 and COU2. That council select a counselor to attend Food Ingredients Europe and direct administration to proceed with the necessary travel arrangements in accordance to COU1 and COU2. The options are that council approves the recommended action, or that council moves a recommended action, or number two, that council amends the recommended action.
Thank you. Any questions or comments? Mr. Brost?
I think these trade missions are important. I've been involved in them in the past, and to create that relationship with the county and with investors is probably a good thing. My question is, are those numbers per person, or are those numbers for two, or what do those numbers represent?
Those numbers are reflective of the cost that it would take a counselor or another administrative person to attend, so per person.
Mr. Kirby?
Thank you. To the chair, my question then is the anticipated structure of this would be one administrator and one counselor, or what would kind of the dream team kind of setup be for something like this? Sometimes less is more, but I'm just kind of curious as to what the tech and support to the council member would be.
Through the chair, thank you. The dream team typically would be the chief elected official and the economic development officer. I will point out that there is a conflict. October 18th, 27th, the PAC Expo in Chicago. October 20th is the org meeting, and immediately following the org meeting for 3 days is budget deliberations. So that particular week, I would suggest that councillors may or may not be interested in attending that weekend, missing both budget and the organizational meeting, and at that event, potentially sending two administrators or even economic development department by themselves. But typically, we'd like to see a councillor, if possible, the mayor, but if not, then another councillor attending with the economic development department to attend these trade missions. So we'll leave it up to council to determine what the dream team looks like. But that would be, I think it's valuable to have an elected official along with a staff member.
What were the dates on the Japan trip again? That was middle of October.
Japan is October the 10th to the 17th. PAC Expo Chicago is 18 to 22nd, and Frankfurt, November 16th to the 21st.
Is this like for all three of them we're supposed to attend, or we're just picking one of them?
All three.
All three, okay.
We have been approved for up to $32,000, and because the grant is 60%, we're only responsible for 40%, so if it costs 10 grand to send two people to something, we'd only be on the hook for $4,000 for that trip. It's a pretty good deal.
I can do Germany, but I can't do Japan or Chicago. Okay, so we'll start with, we definitely want staff to go, so that's the easy one. I personally can't do the ones in October. I'm out of the country already, so I can do November for Germany. Mr. Kirby White said he can do Tokyo. Yeah.
Put your little hat on.
And then we could, no offense to anybody, if nobody wants to go to Chicago, we could send two staff to Chicago.
I'd go to Chicago.
That's the org
Org meeting.
budget.
Oh, yeah, okay, that's why, okay.
We could certainly figure out what two staff it would be. Originally, I thought maybe I would attend with the Economic Development Department to Chicago, but unfortunately, being budget, probably need to be here for that, but we could certainly find, no? Okay. We could also move budget deliberation days if council wanted to do that as well. I'll leave that conversation to General Manager Dave's, as his department's already kind of geared up on those timelines, but I'll leave it up to him as to whether or not we can adjust those.
Mr. Gosler.
I just personally, October for budget is awful. Like we're especially that week, there's 3 guys in here that are right in the middle of doing every cow thing of the year right then, and it sucks. That I never can make them, well, as like last year even, I know I couldn't make all the days, it's 4 days in a row in October don't work.
Okay, so we'll worry about budget later. We're just going to worry about this right now.
Well, it kind of affects this though too. Yeah.
Well, except the 20th for Chicago is the org meeting, so we all have to.
It's not a big deal if you miss the org meeting. It's like we're in midterms, we're not in the newly elected council. If you miss the org meeting, it's not the end of the world. We can definitely work that out.
Changing the org meeting is easy. We just need a resolution of council to change it, either to move it up or move it into November. Easy peasy.
No, just leave it where it is. Leave it where it is. Let Michelle go. So Robin will go to Tokyo, Michelle will go to Chicago, and I'll go to Germany.
If you book a one-way flight, that's okay.
Okay, so does that work for the names that we need? So we need all 3 motions then, adding those names. Who wants to start with motion number 1? Ms. McKenzie? Do you want to? Yeah, please.
Thank you, through the chair. I will move that council select a councillor to attend Food Ingredients Japan and direct administration to proceed with the necessary travel arrangements in accordance with policy COU1 and COU2.
Okay. Any questions on that?
You need to put the names in there?
Are we putting Mr. Kirby-White in the?
Okay, put Mr. Kirby-Waite's name on the first one.
Okay, any questions? Vote? Mr. Proctor? That's carried. Okay, somebody want to make the second motion? Mr. Ritz?
Council select a, Michelle
Yeah, that's you.
to attend PAC Expo International Chicago and direct administration to proceed with the necessary travel arrangements in accordance with policy COU1, COU2.
Thank you. Any questions? Vote? You make it the third one? That's carried. Mr. Brost?
The council select Mayor Dan Hamilton to attend Food Ingredients Europe and direct administration to proceed with the necessary travel arrangements in accordance with policy COU1 and COU2.
Okay. Yeah, for sure. Okay. Any questions? Vote?
Worse than the guy that doesn't drink in Germany.
We'll get some work done. All right, we're on the 10.4.
It is true.
Through the chair, if we could just, if we could ask for some clarity, there was some discussion on budget deliberations and on the org meeting itself. Does council have an interest in moving both of those? We've looked at our schedule. We could probably move. Yeah, we could probably move the org meeting and budget deliberations to start on the 27th, a week later. Does that free up some time for those? You're gone.
RMA is the first week of November.
And RMA is a week early, or 2 weeks early this year, so
It's getting pretty short for the,
we, the legal requirements for org meeting are 14 days. It has to be held within 14 days of the third Monday of October. So 14 days after the 19th is when you'd have to do. Okay. Does that extra week provide some breathing space for? Okay. Because all we would do then is we'd move the 20th to that entire week of the 20th to the 23rd to the 27th to the 30th.
Well, that board, that organization meeting could stay.
so we leave the 20th for council
Okay.
and the org, and then move the next 3 days, move it to the 28th to the 30th, is what I'm hearing across the.
If we could have a motion to that effect, that'd be fantastic.
Mr. Bossler? You won't, but that was already decided. You can phone in for that.
Okay, my motion will be that we hold the org meeting on October 20th, and then we move the council budget meetings to the 28th through the 30th.
Okay? Yeah, 28th to the 30th. Any questions on the motion?
What,
What's your question?
if we had them budget talks after the convention, is that too late?
Yeah, it's too late because they need to get things organized,
Yeah,
have the budget done.
Yeah, through the chair, we're hoping to have the budget deliberations, probably a draft and then probably final approval, a draft sometime in November and then a final approval at the meeting in December.
Okay.
And we only have one meeting in November because of Army.
Okay, any other questions? Vote. That's carried. All right, can we make a couple motions and let Mr. Sears stand up here for a little while longer? The floor is yours.
Thank you. Here to present the 2026 second quarter planning and development stats. Through the months of April through June, the planning and development did receive 5 subdivision applications, 4 land use bylaw amendments, 3 subdivision and development appeals, and we also had 7 municipal address signs ordered. Enforcement-wise, we opened up 15 enforcement files during the second quarter of 2026. 6 files were closed. 2 files, they have already contacted planning and development and we're working with administration. And we also issued 1 stop order during that time. Stats-wise, through the months of April through June, planning received 51 development permit applications. And of those 51 development permit applications, we can see that April was the busiest month and accessory buildings was the most common one that was received. But I do want to add on there that we did receive 14 applications for new residential buildings. That does include additions and move-on homes such as mobiles or modular homes. Total development from April 1st through June 30th was just under $20 million. With again June being the highest month received there at just over 16 million or $10 million, $12 million. Our new residential construction did account for approximately 26% of all of our development. Through to the end of the June, total development in Cypress County is $388 million. And again, we do have our applications per ward written there or registered there. We do have a list following of all of the development permit applications that were received and decisions were made on them during the second quarter. And then finally, just a little bit of an update on what our GIS and our MIMS, Trey and Mike were working on. Trey did a lot of work for our land use bylaw maps. Historical emergency calls, which were done in conjunction with Lucas, our summer student, as well as there was road maintenance maps, some public-facing web maps, asset management, summer grader routes, and then our subdivision and land use bylaw amendment drawings. If there are any questions?
Oh, I got one. I'm just curious. Oh, my mic's on. Under your new homes, you don't classify like a lot of people are getting these houses built in while and moved on. So they're technically called modulars, so they're not part of the new home construction then?
We would through the chair, we would classify modular homes, mobile homes, and additions as all part of they fall under that new home.
They do fall under?
Yes.
Okay.
Any other questions? Turn your mic off, please.
Yes, sir.
Through the chair, I'm here to present the Q2 Economic Development Update. So economic development activity that happened from April to June 2026. We hosted the stakeholder meetings for the Southeast Economic or Alberta Economic Opportunities. We had stakeholder consultation, and we had Cypress County Economic Development Task Force meetings. Some of the projects that we have been working on are the Cypress County 2026 SiteLink Conference, and the conferences and trade shows that we were able to attend were the ED Experience Conference and the Global Energy Show. We also have been able to secure additional funding through the Agri-Food Resilience and Workplace Development Project. As you remember, this was extra funding through the federal government in response to the potential tariffs and how it can affect workforce and development within our region. We were able to have an RFP put out for a research partner. We have awarded the contract and we are now within that research. For the SiteLink conference, if you just scroll down, Ms. Collins. If you remember SiteLink, we are in midst of planning for SiteLink. For those of you to remember, Wednesday, September 16th, there is registration and a dinner. On day 2, for those of you that can attend, it's Thursday all day with a dinner at Desert Bloom. Friday morning, it's at Desert Bloom for conclusion of the conference. And then we go into the Cypress County portion of the SiteLink conference, where we tour around the 7 site selectors on Friday afternoon. And Friday evening, we have Where the Sun Shines dinner at the Prairie Rose Collegiate with great attendance so far. And then on Saturday morning, we have the debrief with the site selectors to discuss what they learned and what they've seen with Cypress County. Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you very much. You see our financial guys just woke up in the back row.
I was wondering what was happening.
Through the chair, good morning.
Morning.
Is it noon? Oh, damn. All right. Through the chair, I'd like to present the financials for corporate services and the organization. If we're looking at general government and corporate services, if we look at revenue, there's a positive variance of 5.6 million. Of that 5.6 million, 1.35 million come from linear and pipelines, and 4 million come from non-residential businesses, or sorry, non-residential taxes. On the expenditure side, council is at this time on budget. And corporate services year over year, the variance of $1 million is largely made up of wages and benefits of about 550,000 due to additional staff. And then the other major difference is the identification of prepaid insurance of 200K. So any questions with regards to that? Seeing none. Excellent. Community services, variance of 340K year over year from 25 to 26, largely due to timing of when we receive LGF operating grants and the Ag Services Board grant. We received it in 26 versus compared to 2025. On the expenditure side, the predominant year-over-year variance is timing of payment to Cypress County Library Board of $155,000. And the payment was done in July of 2025 versus we did it earlier or in the first 2 quarters. Another part of the year-over-year variance is the payment for the resource officer in Prairie Rose too as well. It's just a timing difference between the 2 years. Questions? All right. Planning and intergovernmental relations. Not really much to report on the revenue side. It's pretty much on track. On the expenditure side, predominantly year-over-year variance from 25 to 26 is $138,000 in contracted services to clean up the property under a court order. So.
Any questions?
Seeing none. Excellent. And operations. On budget, water revenues are slightly down, mostly due to a wet spring till the end of April, obviously. We anticipate, given the weather, that may come up with respect to water. On the expenditure side, very close to budget, positive variance of 165K year over year is a result of multiple factors, mostly due to timing of expenditures, weather differences from the first half of 25 versus the first half of 26. An example of that is snow and ice operations in 25 were over double from 26, and then 26 gravel operations is actually 30% higher than 25. That's predominantly mostly timing and weather related issues.
I got a question.
Go ahead.
Just curious, I know what transportation fleet revenue is, we charge things back, but under Public Works, what would qualify as revenue under Public Works?
So through the chair to Councillor Hawk, the revenue would be the cap levy, would be one. It would be that kind of thing, right? Yep. Okay.
Thanks. Forgot about that.
All right. Okay. So for the first 6 months ending June 30th, 2026, basically, given all the reports right now, we are basically in line with
where we should be in June. There's a lot more activity in the third quarter of the year. So we anticipate expenditures to go up from there. Obviously, operations catching up on graveling and other operation type issues. And for the most part, we're on budget. So. I'm attempting not to talk too much. Gets me in too much trouble.
Thank you very much for.
All right, on to the capital report. So the capital report, basically just some highlights on the capital report. We've done some work on backup servers and the servers. Price of servers has gone up significantly, so we're holding off with respect to the servers right now.
Paul?
Yeah.
Just for council's awareness, it's on page 340 of your package. It's at the end of the corporate services report.
Yeah, it's Appendix 1. Other than that, the sand shed was an insurance item of which council approved. The construction will happen in spring of 2027. We are going to purchase the cover for the sand shed this year to keep the cost down, and we will store it until construction can begin in early 27 after sand and salt and snow operations are done. In fire, number of completed projects. Do want to note the fire engine and rescue unit. If you look at the rescue unit line, it looks like we spent $743,000 last year. That is not the case. When this report was created, we discovered that a PO was accidentally activated in the system, so the system recorded it, but we didn't pay it out. So the actual payout or the actual paid out for that vehicle to date is $132,062. So just to note that. On the engine, $93,000 paid on the engine. We anticipate those vehicles to arrive either late Q3 or early Q4, based on last of what we heard. I look to GM Cartwright if. Yeah, okay. And let's see. Under machinery and equipment, just a change there. The tailgate is actually for the parts truck that we use to pick up items and parts and so on and so forth. It is complete. It is under budget. We chose to actually get a lighter duty tailgate for what we needed. We found that the heavier tailgate was made out of something that actually rusts. So the new tailgate's actually made out of aluminum. So it'll be hopefully a longer life. And let's see, on to the next page, water and sewer. Suffield Water and the seven persons force main is complete and is in the warranty stage, and the rest of the projects are either in the planning stage or looking at specifications. If you look at roads and bridges, I want to highlight projects 309 to 316. These are repair projects. These were all part of the one budget of $500,000, and they are very close to completion. So the over and under, appreciate that when we budgeted evenly. because we didn't know how much we were going to spend on each one. So some looks like it over, but really in essence it's under. So the whole program is under budget. And then we go to the last page, under recreation, the 7 persons community hall, furnaces, and AC. I understand it's nearing completion. We're just waiting for a fire panel on that particular one. And other than that, that is the report for capital. Any questions?
Questions?
You guys are making it easy on me.
We can change that up.
No, I'm fine. Anyway, investment performance, this is for Q2, not Q1. We have a few slides that are in there, but that is for Q2. So book value of 114 million, market value of 115 million. Interest earned in Q2, 830,000. And the cumulative interest earned to date to the end of Q2 is 1.2 million. Note in that 1.2 million, that 1.2 million has been rolled into a high interest account of 2.9%. So, and I got a report from the National Bank this morning. For the most part, anything under a year GIC is less than 2.9, so that's why we've got it in the 2.9%. If we lock it in, the problem is if we lock it in for 1 year, we can get a higher interest rate at 3.4, but it's locked in for a year, and it sort of limits our ability to move things around in that case. So it is locked into a higher interest account at this time. All right, the next slide. Tax certificates, obviously year over year, certainly an increase. 559 in Q2 versus 354 in Q2 of last year, for a total of 822 to June 30th. So just a lot of activity on the real estate side. On to the next slide. Oh, question.
Just wondering, for curiosity, for this old boy, when did we start changing the wording certificates from bills? Usually it's called a tax bill, not a certificate.
Mr. Taves?
Good question, and thank you for that, and through the chair. The tax certificate, real estate markets, property owners, if I'm asked the question, so certificate and tax bill are two separate items. Your tax bill would be kind of how much you owing. Now the tax certificate is typically used by the buyer of a property to ensure the property taxes are paid. Now when you become owner of a property, if those taxes are outstanding, that goes along with the property and not the person. So the taxes are tied to the property. So if you're about to go buy 8 quarter sections, you'd like to know that the county's not going to sell them at tax auction the next year, or there's not a large bill. Section 350 of the Act says that we must do it, so we do it.
I appreciate that this old boy just learned something.
And just maybe to supplement that, and I think Manager Hubbard maybe mentioned it, but one reason why we might track tax certificates is kind of the appetite of real estate to track how many parcels are transferring. So when we see that there was a request for 559 properties, that means that there's about that many properties. Something's happening with them. They're about to transfer or otherwise. So to see 822 from the 669 in Q2, we know that there's a lot more activity out there transferring, and hopefully somebody will develop something on one of the transfer parcels. Anyway.
I'm going to skip the slide because it's actually last quarter statistics. This wasn't updated, and I apologize. So Anyway. That is it for, that is it for Q2.
Any questions?
Can I run like Andy?
Yep. Good job. Thank you.
Good job, you made an error.
Good morning, Councillor, and thank you through the chair for providing me with this another opportunity to share second quarter report on behalf of the assessment team. Again, my name is Minjun Park, and I have 4 quick slides to share today. Moving on to that slide. So in Q2, the assessment department provided information through different means of inquiries, and our main focus was also the gathering information. So we started gathering information to prepare the assessment for the coming tax year. And our main focus was the reinspection of the farmland, residential properties, and also the designated industrial properties. We have a separate slide for inspections, so we'll move on to the inquiries slides. So in Q2, there were about 140 inquiries. Of those, about 90 of them were assessment related, and about 40 were more tax related inquiries. And at the end, we had a 0 assessment appears for both local and designated industrial properties. And moving on to the next slide, inspections. So for this year, the farmland reinspection area includes the west and southeast of CFB Suffield, which compose of about 1,946 parcels. And in Q2, by the end of Q2, we did review another 34%. And for residential properties, the Desert Bloom and Dunmore, the south part of Dunmore, are under reinspection. And then of those, we did review about 97% of the Desert Bloom properties and about 8% of Dunmore South by the end of the Q2. For designated industrial properties, we just started inspecting it by the end of the Q2. For the land titles review, we did about 245 transfers reviewed from the land titles, and then obviously it was to filter out any good and bad sales for the year-end market analysis. For other highlights, we did hear back from the GOA auditor regarding the annual assessment audit for 2025 return, meaning this current tax year. So, and they were satisfied with the assessment quality we reported for the year. Moving on to the CFB Suffield payment in lieu of taxes. We briefly touched on this in one of our previous council meetings, and basically we are seeing some pushback from PSPC with respect to some of the valuation methodologies that are involved. And obviously some of the issues are related to the ongoing case between the City of Cold Lake and the PSPC. That correspondence letter from the City of Cold Lake that was provided in the last council meeting provides a good highlight of summary for the situation. So I wouldn't go too much details at this point, but I'm sure more updates will come as we move on with that issue. So, and that's the end of Q2 report from the assessment department. Thank you for listening. Is there any questions?
You have any questions for? No? You did good. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, just as a quick note to council, in discussions at conference last week, particularly with municipal affairs, I think you can expect some serious challenges from the assessment model review and other things that are taking place in the provincial government. So just, we don't know what they are, and I don't want to speculate. However, it is clear that the provincial government is going to be trying to find ways to get involved at a deeper level in municipal assessments and municipal revenues. This won't come as a huge surprise to anybody who's been paying attention, but it was reinforced to me that they are actively working on ways to change what the assessment model looks like and what our revenues out of that would look like. I'd hate to go so far as to say it and put it this way, but the whole idea of, the old idea that was out 10, 12 years ago of linear pooling, they're not wording it as such this time around, but there's more discussion about how we, a more equitable way for resources to be scattered throughout the province. So.
Great. There's
And their version of what's equitable, not necessarily ours.
no comments at this point of time. We're holding back.
Lots of comments.
Good morning, through the chair. I'm happy to provide a brief update on the human resources activities in progress on our 2026 priorities. This quarter has continued to be quite active, particularly with recruitment, improvements in our internal HR processes, and some of the larger foundational projects we identified for 2026. One of the major priorities this year has been improving our HR systems and processes. We've now completed the digitization of our employee files, which is a significant milestone. We also continue to assess our needs for a future human resources information system, and in the meantime, we're making better use of our technology that we already have. In particular, we started developing automated workflows through SharePoint. These are helping us reduce some of our manual administrative work while improving communication and ensuring notifications and follow-ups happen more consistently. Another focus has been centralizing some of our core HR processes, particularly recruitment, onboarding, and disability and leave management. The goal is to create more consistent processes across the county while also improving the employee and management experience. Our review of directives, the employee handbook, and job descriptions is also ongoing, and this is a fairly significant body of work, but we're continuing to work through them systematically. We've also made some progress on workforce metrics and analytics. We've started bringing together some exit interviews, or some information from exit interviews, employee meetings, workforce statistics, compensation surveys, and other sources. And we're also looking at options for an employee engagement survey and developing better internal tracking tools. The longer-term objective is to move toward having more meaningful HR data available to identify trends and support workforce planning and decision-making. So I'll turn to successes. Recruitment was particularly busy during this reporting period. We successfully recruited 30 employees, which largely included our seasonal and summer student positions, and many funded through the Canada Summer Jobs Grant, as well as several key permanent positions across the organization. A lot of the work this quarter has also been about improving processes behind the scenes. We've begun using SharePoint to automate some of our routine administrative processes, completed the digitization of employee files, and strengthened and centralized our recruitment, onboarding, and leave management processes. One initiative I would particularly like to highlight is our onboarding work. We held a brainstorming session with employees across the county to hear directly from them about their onboarding experiences, what worked well, were there gaps, and what would have made the biggest difference for them. And we had really good participation and feedback from employees that resulted in a fairly comprehensive action plan. We've already started implementing a number of those ideas, and we've been able to turn that feedback into some practical improvements. We'll move to challenges. So one of the ongoing challenges is really a positive challenge associated with organizational growth. As the organization grows and changes, we have more capacity, but it also creates more need for clear roles, effective processes, and good change management. At the same time, introducing new systems and improving processes can take staff time temporarily, And what has been really positive is the level of employee engagement we're seeing throughout that process. Employees have been really willing to provide feedback, identify opportunities for improvement, and participate in implementing these changes. That involvement is important because ultimately these need to work for the people who are using them. So overall, this quarter has involved a combination of meeting our immediate operational needs while continuing to build on some of those foundational HR systems and processes that'll support the county long-term. There's still considerable work underway, particularly around our HR systems, job descriptions, directives, workforce metrics, but we're continuing to make steady progress on the priorities that we identified for 2026. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Does anybody have any questions?
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. That's it for the reports. We don't need a motion to receive those, do we? Okay, we'll take a 5-minute break and then we'll come into the next one. Okay, I'll call the meeting back to order. Mayor and council reports. Saturday was Dunmore Days. There was a pretty big turnout this year. Thank you for the councilors that showed up. I did talk about it a couple months back, but I forgot to remind everybody last council meeting. But Michelle and Blaine showed up and we flipped some pancakes, a lot of pancakes, a few hundred pancakes. But no, it was good. It was good to see people there. Spent some time with the board and our principal of Eagle Butte, her and I, Raquel, were flipping burgers or pancakes, and got to chat with her a little bit about all the stuff going on. It was a good time. Good to see everybody out. They had just about 100 cars there in the ball diamond set up. Yeah, it was a good turnout this year. Other than that, there hasn't been too much for me. A couple of meetings here and there, a lot of phone calls, a lot of stuff going on that way, but that's it. Ms. McKenzie, you want to?
Sure. All I had was a short grass meeting and then pancakes at the Dunmore Day. I was serving, not flipping pancakes. And I got to give kudos to whoever put that grass in there. It was so thick and lush. When I was walking around looking for those cars, I couldn't even walk in there with shoes on. It was the greatest thing, and there were lots of cars. It was just a good day.
Microphone, please.
The usual few calls from different citizens regarding different problems that they've got, and I've passed them on to CEO Hogan, who passed them to Mr. Jacobs, who handled them as normal in his quick fashion. Everybody was happy.
Mr. Kirpywhite?
Not much to report on the last 2 weeks. Was on the road a lot for work, but back for now.
Mr. Hawk?
Had an ASB meeting. Got a few phone calls, some complaints about our branding. Deal with that. And on a personal note, last Monday got the opportunity to tour the STARS facility in Calgary, which was very, very interesting. And that's about it.
Mr. Brooks?
Yeah, I also had a ASB meeting on the 20th. General weed management information and update on the equipment rental. I guess one of the major changes we're going to maybe try to incorporate is to recognize our Farm Family Award winner at the Ag Conference instead of at the rodeo. We just felt they'd maybe get a little bit more recognition from their peers than at the rodeo. The rodeo is very busy. It's hard to hear. Nobody's really paying attention. I've attended it the last couple of years. We feel that our Farm Family Award winners would maybe get a little better bang for their buck with their fellow ag peers at the conference. Also, the evening of the 20th, had a library meeting to discuss policies and the budget. And yes, also helped Dan and Michelle at the Dunmore Days. Very good turnout. Always find it quite interesting. A lot of people there, but I thought for sure we'd maybe get some questions about the new. I didn't get any questions about anything, so it was. I don't know if that's good or bad. So. Yeah, and also a few road concerns, and I get some wanted bladed and some don't. It's always such a happy, or try to balance that thing is tough.
Mr. Vosser?
I have nothing to report.
Mr. Ritz?
Ag Service Board meeting in the morning, and in the afternoon of that particular day, I went to the ribbon cutting of the Southeast Alberta Community Foundation. So, nice surprise. They asked me to participate in holding the ribbon, so it's kind of cool. Other than that, I'm done.
Mr. Want?
For once, it was very quiet. I had maybe 3 calls on roads, which
Mr. Jacobs handled. Went to the library meeting, and that's it.
Ms. McKenzie?
I did forget a couple of things. I actually attended the same library meeting for the county because of something that come up with Shortgrass that I had to tell them. And I also went to the weigh scale for the new dip tank, is what else I forgot.
Oops. I forgot that one too. Yes, that was the dip tank was a big one. Minister Grant Hunter was there. Can't remember the minister or the MLA from Calgary. Can't think of his name off the top of my head. He was down. Minister Hunter has been trying for that dip tank for probably 2.5 years. He's been fighting hard to keep the mussels out of our waterways here. It was good to see him finally get a win and get something going. They didn't have the heater hooked up for the tank there, but they did put a boat in and they circulated and showed us how it was all going to work. And they're just running the heat up on that to 110 degrees. Nice little sauna is what they called it, but it kills the mussels and the mechanisms that are coming in on the boat. But they have to flush the boats. They run the boats as they keep them hooked to the trailers, but they loosen it off so that they can fire up the boats, and they got to get the water to circulate completely through and flush the engines right out. And when you get the wake boats and that in there, they got to go right through the whole system. They got to dump any water that's in there, reload the whole thing, flush everything out. As soon as it hits that 110 degree water, it kills that mechanism just like that. So it's good to have. It was brought in, it was made in Utah. There's, I can't think of the name of the lake down there, but it's full of mussels, and there's a lot of lakes in around that.
Lake America.
No, neither one of those. Lake America, that's a good one. It's not in Utah. But they've been able, just about had the name of the lake, but they've been able to control that the past few years and not have anything come out of there, and none of their lakes around there have been contaminated. Even though there's a lot of boating and stuff on that lake, the systems are being used. They actually have them on the I-15 and all the intakes of the lake. So they, no, it starts with a C. I can't think of the name, but.
Dan, I got a question. So when you're out there, did they say roughly how long it would take to, when, you know, a guy pulls in for them to dip their boat and out? How long of an inconvenience are?
It all varies on what it is. If it's a wake boat, you're going to be there a while because they got all of that to load. And if it's just a fishing boat with a motor, they can run it through in 10 minutes and you're out of there.
Okay.
You're talking about Powell.
What's that?
It's like Powell. That's
It's one of them in Utah, right in the area there. But yeah, they've had control of it for the last 4 or 5 years. So the system works. So we just got to make sure that people are stopping. And it's a huge fine if you do not stop at that. Now that that system's set up, you got a boat on, don't be driving past there because the fines are astronomical. Yep, Mr. Brost?
Yeah, along with that, then, that you're down there at the weigh scale there, was there any talk that now with their building that, it's going to get quite congested? They also have the sheriffs there. Are they building a building for them? Are they going to be just inside the current building, or what's the future there? Did you guys discuss any of that?
No, there wasn't any discussion of that. It was just the dip tank that was that day. Yeah. Thanks for reminding me of that, Michelle. Any other questions? Mr. Ritz?
So on this watercraft, how small a boat do you go? Do they go down to canoes and stuff like that too, or just motorboats?
Oh, absolutely, right down the wake, or to paddleboards. If your boat has been in, paddleboard or anything has been in another body of water outside of Alberta, you have to stop there and it has to be cleaned. Those mussels are so small on there, you can't tell if they're on there or not. But they actually have dogs that are trained to sniff that stuff out. So if the dog walks around the trailer and nothing happens, then they don't have to dip that that boat. As soon as that dog goes crazy, that boat has to be washed or.
Detrimental to the irrigation infrastructure.
Oh, yeah, it'll, with all the pipe in the ground now, it'll kill that. Those mussels would plug those pipes up within a few years. But, yeah. Okay. Any other questions on the reports? Not seeing any. I'll need a motion to move to go in closed. Miss McKenzie, I had 3 of them in stereo over there, so.
I've done lots, Gary hasn't done one.
We'll let him come out. Vote. Thank you, Anna. Have a good day. Are we live?
Are we live? I'm alive.
Okay, can I get a motion to open the public hearing, please? Mr. Kirby-White? Vote. Okay, that's carried. Right, just before we start here, this is for public hearing for 2026-18. My name is Mayor Hamilton. I'll be chairing this hearing. All comments shall be directed through myself. Administration will make a presentation first, followed by the opportunity for council to ask questions for clarification. The applicant will then make the presentation if they choose to do so, followed by the opportunity for council to ask questions for clarification. Council will then hear from those affected persons in the audience, those in support of the proposed bylaw, and then those in opposition of the proposed bylaw. All presenters must register with the Planning Development Department if they have not already done so. If there are any presenters that refer to any written documents, including all maps, photos, or reports, a copy of those documents must be left with administration. All right. Bylaw, geez, I should have wrote it down, 2026-18. Will administration please proceed with the presentation?
Good afternoon, Council. Beginning in 2024, administration recognized the need to update the land use bylaw to better align with the strategic goals of Council, the evolving needs of the residents and the development community, as well as to align with other statutory plans such as our intermunicipal development plan. The process started with open houses, public engagement, online, in-person surveys to better understand the concerns of the residents of the county. These sessions provided residents with the opportunity to identify those concerns, provide feedback, and discuss potential changes. Based on the information, a draft land use bylaw was prepared in 2025, and once again, administration presented those changes to the public for comment and feedback. Earlier this year, administration received direction from council regarding the proposed changes. This direction was important to ensure that the statutory plan aligned with council's direction of creating a clearer and more efficient regulatory document. Some of the more significant changes that were incorporated into the new land use bylaw are streamlining the land use bylaw to reduce the overall document by more than 100 pages while still maintaining the necessary regulations, consolidating several land use bylaws, or land use districts, which are reducing unnecessary duplication and simplifying the administration of this bylaw, updating regulations around accessory buildings which was to provide greater flexibility to better reflect the desires of our county residents, providing greater support for secondary suites, which creates additional flexibility for housing options within the county, and then consolidating regulations for renewable and non-renewable energy systems, and to provide a more consistent and comprehensive approach to developments associated with energy production. In preparation of the first reading of the draft land use bylaw was circulated to adjacent municipalities, the development community, and utility providers for comments and concerns. Overall, the proposed land use bylaw represents a significant modernization of the county's development regulations. The changes are intended to simplify the development process, improve clarity for residents and developers, reduce unnecessary regulatory requirements, and ensure that the land use bylaw continues to support responsible growth and council's long-term strategic directions. On June 16th, 2026, council gave first reading to bylaw 2026-18, which is the land use bylaw. Prior to the public hearing, bylaw 2026-18 was advertised in the local paper, Cypress Courier, as required by the Municipal Government Act for 2 consecutive weeks, as well as it was circulated to adjacent municipalities, Prairie Rose School Board, and utility companies. Through discussions with the town of Redcliffe, it was determined that the provisions relating to renewable energy systems as they relate to our intermunicipal development plan's regional heavy industrial district should be broadened to include non-renewable energy systems. Administration then has therefore revised the terminology and applicable provisions to include all systems that produce energy. In collaboration with the received comments and discussions, minor
outage? Yes, we're not ready to go. Okay. All right, due to the power outage, we are gonna, for bylaw 2026-18, we're gonna restart the presentation. Will administration please proceed with your presentation?
Beginning in 2024, administration recognized the need to update the land use bylaw to better align with the strategic goals of council, the evolving needs of residents, and the development community, as well as to align with the other statutory plans such as our intermunicipal development plan. This process started with open houses, public engagement, online and in-person surveys to better understand the concerns of the residents of the county. These sessions provided residents with an opportunity to identify those concerns, provide feedback, and discuss potential changes. Based on the information, a draft land use bylaw was prepared in 2025, and once again, administration presented those changes to the public for comments and feedback. Earlier this year, administration received direction from council regarding the proposed changes. This direction was important to ensure that the statutory plan aligned with council's direction of creating a clearer and more efficient regulatory document. Some of the more significant changes that were incorporated into the new land use bylaw are streamlining the land use bylaw, which are reducing the overall document by more than 100 pages while still maintaining the necessary regulations, consolidating several of our land use districts. This reduces unnecessary duplication and simplifies administration of this bylaw. Updating the regulations around accessory buildings. This was to provide greater flexibility and to better reflect the desires of county residents. Providing greater support for secondary suites to create additional flexibility for housing options within the county, as well as consolidating regulations for renewable and non-renewable energy systems, which help provide a more consistent and comprehensive approach to developments associated with energy production. In preparation of the first reading, the draft land use bylaw was circulated to adjacent municipalities, the development community, and utility providers for comments and concerns. Overall, the proposed land use bylaw represents a significant modernization of the county's development regulations. The changes are intended to simplify the development process, improve clarity for residents and developers, and reduce unnecessary regulatory requirements, and ensure that the land use bylaw continues to support responsible growth and the council's long-term strategic direction. On June 16, 2026, Council gave first reading to bylaw 2026-18, the land use bylaw. And prior to the public hearing of bylaw 2026-18 was advertised in the local paper, the Cypress Courier, as well as required by the Municipal Government Act for 2 consecutive weeks. As well, it was circulated to adjacent municipalities, the Prairie Rose School Board, and utility companies. Through discussions with the town of Redcliffe, it was determined that the provisions relating to the renewable energy systems as they relate to the Regional Heavy Industrial District in the Intermunicipal Development Plan should be broadened to include non-renewable energy systems. Administration has therefore revised the terminology and applicable provisions to include all systems that produce energy. In collaboration with the received comments and discussions, minor revisions were made to the land use bylaw, and those changes are identified in the attached land use bylaw with red text and strike-throughs. In closing, I want to say a special thank you to Trey Barton for his work in creating the land use bylaw district maps, and to Marley Steinmont for her help in proofreading, editing, and formatting the land use bylaw. Following the public hearing, bylaw 2026-18, the land use bylaw will be presented to council for consideration of second and third reading.
Okay. Does council have any questions for clarification? Ms. McKenzie?
Just a comment, a couple of them. I like that page 59, did that get published in the last one, the distractionary? instead of discretionary. And I just thought it was funny, and I'm glad somebody caught it, because, and the other one, I do have a question about it. How big is a personal greenhouse? Because through the whole thing, I read it, and I couldn't find anything. It just says personal greenhouses are permitted use, but it doesn't say how big they are.
So they would be a permitted use, but they still have to follow the accessory building structure size. So it is somewhat limited as to meeting those requirements and setbacks.
Mr. Kirby-White?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through the chair. As a follow-up to Ms. McKenzie's question about the personal greenhouse, so the garden is wide open to be wherever it wants to be, but if there's a roof over top of it, does that also count against the square footage and stuff for accessory buildings, or is it just setbacks and things like that? And then once that question's answered, I have a different one about data centers.
Through the chair, yes, all that would count towards your site coverage for accessory buildings.
Would it make sense for something up to a certain size to not have that go against? Like, it's essentially for growing food, it's an agricultural activity, and it's just for the intent of keeping pests and hail and things like that off of it. I'm just wondering if there'd be any thoughts on excluding that and what the potential downside of that would be.
Through the chair, it helps administration regulate those setbacks to ensure that we don't have any conflicts with neighbors, as well as other requirements in the land use bylaw, which do cover hard surfacing and how much of the lot we can cover. So it does help us regulate more than, while we want to help people with those sorts of growing practices, but it does help us with like storm runoff, ensuring that we don't have any neighbor conflicts.
Okay, that's a good answer. I appreciate that perspective. Okay, so that was more coming from Councillor McKenzie's perspective. Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, through the chair, and just to complement Manager Stair's response as well, we have worked into the exemption section. So residential accessory uses, accessory buildings under 100 square feet up to a maximum of 5 buildings will not accommodate towards that hard surface site coverage of buildings. So we've made an added allowance that kind of respects that request.
Okay, awesome, thank you. And then the next question that I have is with regards to data centers. It's kind of been the topic of discussion a lot, and I know there's been some commentary locally online with regards to, what kind of provisions we either have through this, or perhaps, maybe it's addressed through the municipal development plan. Do you mind just kind of talking briefly on how the county views data centers and projects that, would involve that kind of industry or behavior, or project, and how does Cypress County respond to those applications? Do we deal with it internally? Do we outsource that through the AUC? How is that set up currently?
Through the chair, data centers are a discretionary one use in our regional heavy industrial district as identified in the IDP. They are a discretionary two use in our agricultural Ag 2 district. So those decisions again would be coming to our subdivision authority or subdivision development authority for those decision making. The AUC does not control the data center itself. That is left up to the municipality to permit that. The power generation part does come through the AUC though.
If I may. And so as far as setbacks and things like that from, in the town of Olds recently, they had an application. It was approved with, I believe it was approved by Olds, or at least it seemed to be. It went to the AUC, was not approved through the AUC. Do we have a similar process where it would potentially come to us for approval and then go to AUC, or who manages the setbacks? Because I think the setbacks are generally a land use bylaw thing, correct? And so I think that there's going to be more conversations around data centers coming up over the next few years. And some are good situations, some of them are good examples not to do. Just wanted to make sure that we don't kind of recreate the same thing as what happened in Olds. Do we manage the setback requirements and criteria currently?
Through the chair, the municipality does manage the setbacks for the data center itself. The power generation for the data center, that is done through the AUC. So the actual building itself is done through the permit through the local municipality, in this case Cypress County, and so they would have to meet our required setbacks in our heavy industrial.
So that would be through the heavy industrial, and so is there a portion of the land use bylaw that's specific to data centers, or does that just fall underneath of a commercial building within the heavy industrial land use designation?
There is a certain section in the land use bylaw that does discuss with like a data center, but the setbacks themselves would fall under that. So there is going to be some rules around distances away from, but they're not setbacks to the property line. They're more distances away from residents or.
Is it possible? Can we pull that up? Do you know where that is at, Lesley-Ann? I know that was the big difference between Olds and Sturgeon County. Sturgeon had it within that designated heavy industrial area, which was great. It's identified, it's clearly pre-approved area, whereas Olds was just right across the road, and that created an issue.
Through the chair, under section 11.3, these are some of what we would be asking for, those plans, which some of that will be our emergency response plan, noise attenuation and lighting plans. Those would have to come to our subdivision or to our development authority, depending on its location, as well as under 11.3.2, the development authority still has the option of denying it if they're not satisfied that it will have no impact on either local businesses or local residences.
Okay. Now, when I read this, though, it looks to me like council could potentially say, well, it's right across the road from a dense area of homes. We feel like it's mitigated, but the public may not. Like, I don't see anything in there that really shows anything as far as like actual identified setbacks.
So the actual setbacks, again, would fall under our heavy industrial district as to what those setbacks would be to property line. Forgive me, I'm not sure what the...
Through the chair, and if I may, I think what still has to happen here too is that, so we're currently undergoing the land use bylaw amendment, but what still has to come after this is our municipal development plan update, which is where we will start to see more of those policy frameworks that will get embedded and help to guide this. And keeping in mind that if there is to be a data processing center, it's accommodated under heavy industrial district, which would require rezoning. So there's still that public hearing process. People would still be able to come in and make their feedback, make development permit application, and then be subject to appeal. But again, I think where we have the missing link that we still have to bring forward to council for consideration is the actual policy framework for where we will allow them and where we won't. We see it in the same thing with wind and solar energy. So we implemented through the municipal development plan setbacks to adjacent hamlets, for an example. So we put that into our MDP, our statutory plan, and that now makes the AUC have to consider those plans in their decision making. So I think this is kind of getting us by because we know it's an imminent discussion, it's ongoing, but we still have this follow-up with the MDP that we still need to bring.
Awesome. I appreciate the explanation. I apologize for, that we didn't have a chance to kind of let you know I was coming with this, and it's a little bit more of an in-depth question, but I know this is a hot topic for a lot of people, and they just kind of want to understand the bigger process, and I appreciate you giving the additional background there too, Ms. Brown. Thank you.
And if I may, through the chair as well, recognizing that this might not be ideal, we'd probably prefer for the municipal development plan to come first before we consider this. But I think this is important because of those ongoing discussions. We'd rather have something in our bylaw that we can apply in the event that we do have an imminent application. Not happening, but in the event something comes forward, at least we have something that we're prepared with in the interim.
Makes sense? Right. Does anybody else have a question? Mr. Hawk?
Yeah, with regards, I brought it up with Kayleen there. Portable shelters, like horse shelters and that. Do them shelters then include like the amount of outbuildings allowed? Does a horse shelter that classify an outbuilding?
Well, those livestock shelters in agricultural parcels are not permitted.
No, I mean in acreages, because a lot of them have them in acreages.
Oh, okay. They would count towards your site coverage.
They would, eh?
Yeah.
They have to because the site coverage is monitored for the water runoff and everything, so it all has to calculate in.
No, I just wanted to make sure.
Mr. Kirby-White?
All right, last question. So we, recently there was another land use bylaw that was passed within the region. We've been very specific to making sure that our land use bylaw is in compliance with our IDP. I just wanted to confirm currently the IDP that we have regionally, this is in compliance with what we have currently agreed to as Cypress County. Is that correct?
Through the chair, and I will let General Manager add on after that, but we have worked both with our partners to ensure that we have compliance of what the intermunicipal development plan's vision was for that regional heavy industrial district. Specifically, discussions with Town of Redcliffe, and we did alter our land use bylaw a little bit to include some of those energy systems and to bring that into alignment there. Yes, yeah, we have worked.
Yeah, through the chair, I think administratively, I feel confident in the bylaw that's being presented to council today that it is in full compliance with our statutory plans and our obligations. I think it's unfortunate that only one of the other parties has come to the table looking to discuss this, but we do have the, I think, acceptance from the town as per their comments. I think maybe in the future, should bylaws be reopened again, maybe those discussions are ongoing, keeping in mind that land use bylaws never set in stone. We should be ideally opening it on a yearly basis to make updates. So if that ever changes and if we're ever requested to relook at it, I think we'd be obliged.
Any other comments or questions? Okay, not seeing any other questions. Does the applicant have any presentation? I guess we just seen that. I will now call for any presentation for anyone in support of the proposed bylaw. I will now call for a second time for any presentations for anyone in support of the proposed bylaw. I will now call for a third and final time for any presentations for anyone in support of the proposed bylaw 2026-18. I will now call for any presentations in opposition for the proposed bylaw. I will now call for a second time for any presentations for anyone in opposition of the proposed bylaw 2020-26-18. I will now call for a third and final time for any presentations for anyone in opposition of the proposed bylaw. I will now call for any final submissions for those who feel they have not had the opportunity to fully participate in the public hearing. Do any persons who have made presentations feel that they have had a fair hearing? The public hearing for bylaw 2026-18 is concluded and no further submissions will be accepted. I will call for a motion to close the public hearing for bylaw 2026-18 this time. Mr. Ritz, move in the closure, vote. That is carried. Okay, I will now move back over to 10.1, bylaw 2026-18 that we just heard for second and third reading.
Good afternoon. Upon direction from Council, administration updated the land use bylaw to better align with Council's strategic goals, targets to support the county's economic strategy and to align with other statutory plans. On June 16th, 2026, Council gave first reading to bylaw 2026-18, the land use bylaw. And a public hearing was held earlier during regular council meeting, and comments from adjacent municipalities and utility providers were heard during this hearing. It is administration's recommendation that council approve second and third reading of the land use bylaw 2026-18.
Thank you. Mr. Bossler?
I will move second reading.
Thank you, sir. Any questions or comments on second reading? Not seeing any? Vote. That's carried. Mr. Want, moving third?
I'll move third.
Thank you, sir. Vote. That's carried.
Mr. Chair, I would just like to personally thank the planning department. This is a monumental task. Most planning departments in rural Alberta and many small urbans will bring in a consultant to do their land use bylaw. We save the county a lot of expense by doing it in-house. So the team, Kayleen's team that you put together for this deserves credit for the work that was done by not going out and getting outside help, doing it internally. And I think we've got an in-house, made-at-home product that will serve us well into the future. And I just want to thank the entire department and Kayleen and Brian specifically for the work and time they put into this. Well done.
Yes, council does thank you for all of that. Good job. We will take a 10-minute break. Yeah, until our delegation shows up. Call the meeting back to order. What?
Liquor works, we don't need her.
The operator's out to lunch again?
Meteorological survey. Oh, yes. Shut the door.
She'll shut it on the way in.
She can't come in no more. She's late.
Yeah. Funny how one person can hold up a whole process, eh?
We could just go.
Are we online? Ooh, oops.
That was recorded.
The floor is yours, young lady. Yep, you're live.
Okay, excellent. Well, thank you so very much for having me in today. I very much appreciate it. I'm excited to give you an update as to where we were. I came to see you all. Some of you were maybe not here at the time, but I came 3 years ago when I started at Medicine Hat Family Service to talk to Cypress County about the fact that I didn't feel like we were meeting our objectives on FCSS, and I was concerned about that, and I wanted to do a better job for you. And so I'm here today, 3 years later, to tell you that we are there, and I'm really excited to tell you about it. So since I was last here, we have created an entire rural counseling program. Our rural counselor is now in a rural area every single day, and so we have one person that just literally travels. She goes from community to ensure that we're on site in organizations in all of the communities in rural Medicine Hat. So first of all, just a quick little bit about Medicine Hat Family Service. So Medicine Hat Family Service has been an organization that's been part of Medicine Hat and surrounding area for close to 60 years. We started actually as an organization that was embedded into the city of Medicine Hat. So we actually started there where the city of Medicine Hat funded us, and then we decided that we needed to be arm's length from the city, and so we separated and became a not-for-profit, much like what you would have seen with the Viner Center, those kinds of things. And so we became our own place, and since then what we've become is we're a low-cost counseling option for folks. So counseling is the most amazing thing that you can do for yourself, having somebody that you can talk to, a third party that can just help you work through some of your issues. The unfortunate part is that it's very inaccessible for a lot of people in two ways. In one way is cost. So counseling can be up to $300 an hour. Just want that to sit with you. $300 an hour. And so if you are someone that does not have benefits, it's not accessible. You can't, one counseling session is not going to do it for $300. So our goal was to create it so that it was accessible for everyone. So our counseling is on a sliding scale as low as $8 an hour. So anyone in our communities can access this counseling, $8 an hour. The other problem was that it's not accessible as far as wait times. So because we're a short-term counseling office, we're able to get people in less than a month away. So they can have up to 13 sessions with us, and it's very, very popular option. We've also, so we started in Medicine Hat. As we moved rurally when I started, I looked at our programming in the rural areas, and although we did have some, I felt like it was very much lacking. I think it's unfair to rural areas to say just come to Medicine Hat, because transportation is an issue. They're busy people. They've got harvest, all these things. They're busy people. It's not fair to expect them to leave their community for services. And so my goal when I started was to build a rural program that would actually serve rural people where they live. So as you can see, there's all kinds of barriers when you live in rural areas regarding counseling: distance, transportation, work, family responsibilities, social isolation. I think there's also there's still more of a stigma, I feel like, in the rural areas towards mental health. It's getting better, but it takes us being in the area. So it'll grow slowly, but I think it will grow. And I think because of privacy, people were worried. Are people going to know that I'm going to counseling? It's okay. We all go to counseling. So we do individual counseling. We do one-to-one support for people working through challenges. You can imagine all the different things that hit you in life. Our one-to-one counseling is also trauma-informed. What I want you to understand about that is when you've been through a trauma, the type of counseling that you need is different. And so talk therapy doesn't always work in trauma situations. And so we are very lucky to have higher level counseling as well, called EMDR, which is, I'm going to get it wrong, eye movement reprocessing and desensitizing, and then ART, which is accelerated resolution therapy. These kinds of therapies are different therapies. How they work is that they actually work inside your brain. So it's less about talking about your trauma, and what happens is they do eye movements back and forth between, and people are able to deal with their trauma that way. If you think about it like a bear in a forest, okay? So if you're a human and you run into a bear in the forest, okay? That's a panicky situation. So what your brain is doing when that's happening is your brain is in fight or flight. So it is going, holy hell, how do I get out of here and how do I avoid it next time? And so your brain will look for all of the things that it needs to gather up, and it will continue to gather all of that information in your brain, and it will do that until you go to sleep. And when you go to sleep, your brain takes a crack at processing that trauma. Now, if you ran into a bear in the forest, your brain can go, okay, well, I ran into a bear in the forest. Maybe if I just don't go to that place, I won't run into that bear anymore. And your brain can process that. That's not a trauma. Now, if that same bear was in your living room and you didn't know how it got in there, and you didn't know how you could avoid it next time, now every time you hear a twig move, you panic. And you react as though it's the bear, even if it isn't. And that happens in our life over and over and over again. And when we experience trauma and are not able to process it, we react in an irrational way. We react as though we're still in the trauma. And so we are really lucky to be able to do some of these therapies that can actually go back and rewire that trauma to make your brain think differently about it and process it differently. We just do it while you're awake. We use eye movements, and it's actually, if you think about it, really close to what we do in sleep, isn't it? Our eyes go back and forth in sleep, and that's our brain processing events. And we're able to do that in our office now, and we can do that rurally as well. So that's one of the things that I'm really, really proud of that we've brought forward. That was thanks to the Community Foundation paying for that, so that's exciting. We also do couples and family counseling. So again, we know that domestic violence is up in our communities. We know that families are breaking down more than ever. And so if we can be part of the support in that, we want to be. We know not every relationship can be saved, but we know a lot of them might have been able to if they had gotten in early enough to chat with somebody and work out their problems. And so we work through that. We also have a ton of group supports. So we are in rural communities doing group supports. We're really excited. We've got a really great partnership with your Irvin Community Center that you've just built. Beautiful, by the way. Oh my gosh, it's amazing. It's beautiful. So we're very grateful to be in there doing group supports. We're working directly with the librarians. We're working directly with the communities to ask them what they need. What groups do we have? Here's our list of groups. Which ones would you like? And it's been amazing, the response in the rural area. I've actually been shocked. I thought it would go a lot smaller and a lot slower, but it's actually built really quickly in your communities. I'm really excited about it. So these are all the communities that we serve. As you can see, Cypress County, Dunmore, Irvin, and Ralston would be of particular interest for you guys, as well as, of course, we also serve Desert Bloom if there's anyone that needs that out there. One of the things that's really special about our service is we don't actually do any income testing at all. So there's no shame in coming to Medicine Hat Family Service, because I never want somebody to not come because they have to show me their bank account. I want them to come because they need it. Okay. Okay, so every day we travel to a different rural community. We have a counselor named Chloe. She's a level psychologist and is actually moving into getting her PhD, so she's a very high level counselor. She's flexible, confidential, individualized, so we can either come to the person or we can do it online, or they can come to us. So we open it up to whatever people would need in that situation. I think the key is, though, to know that we're going to be in a certain area at different times so that people can access it easily. Who? Anyone? One of the things that I think is really important, especially when we're in a public forum like this, is to talk about the fact that there's no shame in counseling. I see a counselor. I have zero shame about that. I'm very grateful for a third party who I can talk through things so that I don't trauma dump on everyone else in my life. And I think that's the biggest thing that we're looking at is how do we support people when there's shame attached to it? And I think that what's great is we're sitting in a room full of folks who must believe in this because they are funding it and supporting it. So we say anybody is welcome to seek counseling. We don't require any kind of referral. So you just need to call us. You don't have to tell us anything about your income. You don't have to tell us anything about your situation, and counseling is 100% yours. Lots of the things we see is grief, people going through transition, struggling with anxiety or stress. Relationships are a big thing, obviously, and trauma. How can you help? By sharing our information. So thank you for having us here today to be able to talk to your community through you about the work that we're doing. By helping us make connections in your communities. So if there are people that you think we should be talking to as far as like other organizations that we should be working with or other places we should be, we want to be present. And then you're already doing it by building strong communities where resiliency is possible. Oops. Medicine Hat Family Service just wants the rural community to know that we are here for you as well. We are part of your community as well. And we thank Cypress County for the current FCSS dollars. Of course, like any not-for-profit organization, I came to you 3 years ago and said, please don't give us any more money. We need to fill our responsibilities. I'm hopeful today that if there are FCSS overages, those kinds of things, that those are available, that you'll think of Medicine Hat Family Service as an option to help out getting our transportation to you and those kinds of things. So thank you for your time, and I'd love to take some questions.
Thank you very much. Does anybody have any questions?
The communities you had listed up there, are they the only ones? Like we go to Hilda and Schuler,
Absolutely.
Tanner, and all those places?
We will go all the places. We have one person right now, and so it's just trying to find those big places. But I will say there's really some opportunity. If there were communities that really wanted to pit in and do some more work, we would be completely open to having those conversations for sure. Yeah, we would love to be out there.
Well, I know when you came 3 years ago, you were just on the ground level, so it's good to see how much you've taken off and how much you're doing for the community since then.
We're very excited. Our organization has grown by leaps and bounds, and I'm very excited about the work that we're doing. And I used to say all the time when I was in my old life, I used to say all the time, we have to catch people before they fall in the river. You've probably all heard me say that. Finally, we're catching people before they fall in the river. Yay! So,
is there any other questions?
I have a comment. I was just going to say, compared to, like you said, 3 years ago when we all sat here and had this conversation, to listen to you now, it's come to fruition. What you sat there and we talked about that time at 3 years ago to now, it's great to see.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions?
It's without a doubt a much-needed service. I can relate to this. I have a daughter who is a psychologist, has a clinic, and she's trained in MDR, and I'm familiar with how it works. It's amazing how it works for trauma.
Yeah.
And yeah, I thank you for doing that.
Thank you. Yeah, I agree. I think EMDR is, we joke that it feels a bit like voodoo. We don't really, but it's amazing what it does for people.
Well, not seeing anything else. Thank you very much for coming in, giving the presentation. I know you've been looking forward to getting in here for a while to do it, so.
Thank you, and thank you to Joe. I have to say, just as an aside, working with Joe has just been an absolute pleasure. Like, anything we've needed, any time that we've needed anything, Joe has shown up, and anytime I text him and say, hey, what about this? Can we get in for this place? He took us for a tour right away. He's been super helpful, so we very much appreciate the support from Joe. Yeah, awesome.
Yeah.
I thought she said Joe.
Well, he lets me call him whatever, it's fine. Thank you all very much for your time.
Thank you. You're number one. Okay, that is it for today's agenda. So I will adjourn the meeting. Thank you, everyone.